much. Jason Pad. Wow. Came a long way. Good news. You get to race tomorrow. Mark Barnhart moves on to the next round. Here's Thomas Bear. We mentioned that name a couple times yesterday, if I remember correctly. Somebody handed him a check for $25,000. Cooper Chun. Cooper went way deep into that deal last night, too. Two really good racers squaring off right here. Tom Bear, this thing's just printing these time slips. 5:01 is what he's got dialed on it right now. 5:17 for Cooper. Cooper in the gold and white and black dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Tom Bear, the professor. Well, school's still in. He goes 5:02 with a 6 on a 5:01, forcing a breakout. Cooper Chun gets there first, but goes too quick as he runs a 16 with a 3 on a 17. Tom had exactly 1/100th of a second better reaction time, and that forces the breakout. Awesome race right there. Two spectacular racers squaring off a little bit early maybe, but we'll see how it works out over the weekend. Tom Bear moves on to the next round. Marco Paravalaris. I was talking to Marco just a little while ago. Good guy. 464, the dial in. Dragster happens to be fast too. Mark Ladandi. Mark out of Cottonwood, Arizona. 492. Gets about a 0.3 of a second head start. Marco runs through 464 with a 2 on a 464 and started out with 006. That's an 8,000 pack there, Mike English. Yep. He only needed both hands to read that out. 490 with a 2, unfortunately a little too quick, and Marco moves on to the next round. Good pair up right here. Colby Fuller. 22 Maddox chassis car, 471 the dial alongside Dylan Hugh. How? I know. Who? How? 4.51. Sorry, dude. I have messed this name up continuously all weekend long. Dylan Howe. I know. Absolutely, positively. Last call dragsters. Dylan dialed 451. Give a 0.2 of a second head start over to Colby. Colby got an extra 100th on the tree, but unfortunately couldn't take the win. 452 with a 6 on a 451, and Dylan puts on the win light. He started that out with an 030. Colby, a nice 012, but unfortunately runs 4 and change off the number, and Dylan moves around into the next round. Okay. We're putting this pairing together by last name. Kelly Shear versus Kevin Shear. 478 versus 458. Kevin dialing quicker of the two. Kelly, 478, is going to get a 0.2 of a second head start over Kevin. I bet these people know each other. They live in the same town even. There's so many coincidences in this pair. And speaking of coincidences, there's about 0.6 of a second separate the lights. 458 on a 458. 4th thou off a perfect on the number. 026, the better of the two green lights by just a few thou. Takes the win for Kevin. Kelly runs through 478 with a 7 on a 478 after an 033 light. 144 miles an hour for Kelly's dragster. 151 for Kevin's. Kevin moves on. Kelly Raposo out of Bakersfield. 473 the dial in. Robert Neighbor bringing a dragster around. 471 the dial in. This one will be hard to tell who leaves first. If you've got a round coming and you've got a dragster, man, you are in the wrong place if you're not in the staging lanes. We're down to the last couple cars here, and then we're going to move over categories. Kyle gets the win light. Kyle gets the win light. 473 with a 1 on a 473. Actually gave up 200ths of a second on the tree to Robert Neighbor's 020. But Neighbor runs 3 over the number. And if you start doing all the math, when it comes down to the bottom, Kyle gets to the stripe first by 5,000ths of a second. Man, a lot of that tight little stripe stuff going on down there at the other end. Steve Williams alongside Mark Kidd. I'm sorry, Race Kid. The Boise, Idaho driver, Kid Performance sponsor. Huh? That's a coincidence. Kid Performance happens to be our sponsor as well. Steve Williams out of Beaumont. 22 Racecraft. 448 versus 470. Okay, we're just about ready to wrap up this round of the dragsters and move back over into pro. To recap where we're at, Steve Williams, 448, the dial in on his machine. Going to give the head start over to Race Kid. Race, 470, hangs a red. Steve Williams gets the automatic into the next round. Goes 0-2 off the tree, and then he goes a 449 with an 8 at almost 150 miles an hour. Race goes red by 11 thousandths, runs a 501 on a 470, just lifting. Here's our single and our odd lot. Kaylee McGibbon out of Bakersfield. Dial in is 509, but realistically, to win the round, stage the car under its own power, and this race is over. Do what you want. Electing to run it all the way out, an 025 on the tree. A 508 with a 5 on a 509. I'd say Kaylee's pretty dialed. Load them up, Pro. You guys are coming out now. Coming to the line, here we are, next round of pro. Tony Marconi out of Surprise, Arizona, alongside Cliff Hall. The Hall Brothers 70 Racing Maverick. 604 for the Ford Door Slammer. 589 for Marconi. Marconi done chopped the tree down last pass. Let's see what he's got this pass. Cliff Hall's going to leave first by just a tad. A tad is just a little more than a smidge. It's pretty tight down this end, heading for the finish line. Wind light says Tony Marconi backed off the tree just a little bit. He went an 0.22, and that was good for the win as he runs a 90 with a 6 on an 89. Cliff Hall runs a 606 on a 604, and at the other end, it worked out to about a 300 stripe. Tony Marconi moves on to the next round. They're going to start disappearing in a hurry now, Mike. You watch this. Amber Rutherford, the 96, I'm going to say 66 Mustang. I don't think I'm going to say 96. Alongside what looks to be a 1965 El Camino, Zach Ealing. Man, how do you stuff 540 cubic inches of serious big block underneath the hood of that wheel standing Chevelle? Excuse me, I almost called that El Camino a Chevelle. Well, it's half a Chevelle. Wheels up launch and maybe just a little too much. Zach goes red. Amber gets the automatic win based on the red light in the other lane. 618 with an 8 on a 602. After a nice 018 light. Don't know if Amber was having trouble or just decided, you know what, we're going to give it a little breather here. Just kind of coast on through. Not sure which one it was. 656 with a 6 on a 57. Zach missing his dial in by 0.04 of a second. Chris Johnson driving the good-looking 72 Duster. 528 inches of Mopar. Alongside a Pontiac, of all things, Jay Greiner. 1974 Pontiac Ventura. 680 the dial for Jay Greiner. 603 the dial in for Chris Johnson's big block Mopar. Pontiac out there trying to stay out in front and does. From one end to the other, 680 was his dial. 682 with a 9's what he ran, but he started it out 004 on the green side. Chris Johnson's 06 reaction time, he broke out trying to get there. Couldn't do it. Jay Greiner, a real nice little package up right there. Scott Taylor, the 1965 Chevelle with the flames, gets to chase down Richard Leal. Richard driving the Ranchero. Here you are, back in the 60s all over again. Ranchero wins. Why? How about a 0.04 reaction time and then 7:23 lifting while he's getting chased down by Scott Taylor. Scott started out with 07. He runs a 6.69 with a 3 on a 65, and Richard takes the win. Greg Dreher versus Jeff Dye. Jeff Dye driving the 64 Nova. Dreher running a Camaro. Nova wins. 0.12 light. 0.08 of a second better than Greg's light. And he goes a 674 with a 4 on a 674. 46 with a 2 on a 45. Greg Dreher, no help for him. Jeff Dye moves on. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars. This is your call. Double entered Super Pro Door Cars. Make your way to lanes 1 and 2. Regularly entered, singularly entered. Super Pro Door Cars. Make your way, I'm going to guess it's going to be 5 and 6 this time, but follow the directions of the staging master. Chase Trimp out in front. Stays out in front. Why? 0.15 light. Beautiful. 660 with an 8 on a 654 is able to take the win as he starts lifting, trying to back into Darren Taylor. Darren runs a 612 with a 1. started his out with an 08 light. Chase putting the Mini Brute in the next round. C.W. Hofer, all the way from Calamasa. 734, the dial in on the Firebird. Joshua DeSouza. 6.90, the dial in. Wait a second. All right. It's over there. He just can't see it. There's a reason they call it the Phantom. $691 with a 0 on a 690 after a nice 023 light. And Joshua puts the wind light on. CW gave it a good try. 046 on the tree, and he runs a 36 on a 34. But not enough, as Joshua slightly better on the tree and slightly closer to the dial. And both of those slightlys give you definitely a win. Joshua moves on. Jim Hulse. Back when he built this 71 Datsun, you could probably buy these things for about $50 if it didn't have a motor in it, $150 if it did. And now they're getting to be worth a little bit of money. 741, the dial in on that Datsun. Here comes Monty Beal, the 33 Coupe. Gets down the other end, Jim Hulse, 200ths of a second better reaction time, and he goes a 743 on a 741. Beating Monty Beal's 586 on a 584. DJ Humard, 644, driving the wagon. Alongside Randy Stanley. Gary's Automotive. Sponsor, 691, dial-in. Going to get about a half-second head start. Off goes the Nova. And then goes the Chevy 2 in the red side. DJ goes 016 to the red, giving the win over to Randy Stanley. Randy 690 with a 9 on a 91. Missed his dial-in by 1,000th of a second, but it makes no difference as he's the only guy that put a green light on the tree. Pedro Valadez driving the 2001 Firebird Formula alongside Tim Arnswall. Tim out of Coachella. Yeah, I'll bet it's a little on the warm side out there at Coachella today. The Gila monsters have buried themselves. Green lights a pair as they run for the other end. The reaction time advantage goes over to Tim Arnswall as well as the wind light. 32 with a 2 on a 32. Got to be pretty close to that. 2,000's over his dial-in. Tim Arnswald starts that out with a beautiful 019 light. Pedro gave it all he had. He went 05 on the tree and then goes a 702 with a 7, missing his dial-in by 0.003 of a second. Henry Roberson, 703 the dial, alongside Mike Agnew, 612. Mike Agnew driving the bright red car and the wheel-popping car at that. Henry's out there in front. Here comes that Chevelle. It's going to be tight down the other end. Answer is wind light goes over to Mike Agnew. Mike, even though he gave up 400s on the tree, runs dead on with a 0 at the other end. Henry grabbing the stripe. And Mike gave it just a little bit of a push, and he goes 702 with a 1 on a 703. And Mike Agnew moves on to the next round. That looked an awful lot tighter than what the numbers say, but, man, that big red car coming at you in a hurry. Here's Shelby Williams, the 67 Camaro, alongside Robert Strong, the 68 Firebird. So, a couple examples of the finest stuff that came out of Norwood or Los Angeles. A lot of these cars all came out of Norwood, Ohio, though. '68 Firebird. 400 plus inches of big Pontiac under the hood. Shelby Williams, 67 Camaro, says it's a 350. Also says it's a wind light. Shelby Williams goes 0-0-1 on the tree. Drops a 30 on the 27. Good for the win. Rob Strong 0-4-7 goes 688. And that isn't enough. Hey, listen up, guys. Real quickly, if you need to know this, M&M Fuels will be leaving early today. If you need fuel before the day is out, go get it now because they're going to be leaving shortly. Again, they will be back tomorrow. It isn't like they're going to abandon you for the weekend, but the fact of the matter is if you need fuel for tonight, make sure you got your fuel for tonight. Swing on by the fuel pit there at M&M. Here's Ron Nickel. 7-11. That's as lucky as it gets right there out of Livermore, the 64 Olds 442. Lake Havasu City. Edna Quett driving a little super stalker, trying to catch the hammer. Hammer goes the other end, goes 7:15 with a 9 on a 7-11. He had a 0.06 of a second exact head start with a 0.33 light. Puts on the wind light at 91 miles an hour. That super stalker was charging on the other end, 125.87. Sorry, taking care of a little business in here. Brian Cam puts on the wind light, a nice 0.16 light, and then he runs an 8.01 with a 0 on an 8.01 as he runs dead on. 7:21 is the dial in, and 7:21 is what Jeremy ran, but he gave up about 14 thousandths of a second at the other end. Margin of victory 0.18. That was a tight little race right there. Yucaipa's finest going after. Odd lot single right here. This is Sasha Hofer. 7:32, or you can roll your own on this one. You're all by yourself. We're going to spend a couple moments cleaning up the track before we get ready to go any farther. What did I say? 7:32? 7:32 with the threes, which ran all the way out. So reaction time is an 0.52. So we're doing a little bit of track prep, and in the meantime, gives us an opportunity to kind of tell you what's happening. Well, I can tell you what's happening today. We're going into the next round of eliminations, and right now there's still quite a few cars left in the category. Also, again, I'm going to repeat this just in case somebody didn't hear it earlier. M&M Fuels is going to need to leave early today, so if you need fuel to get through the night, you're going to need to go get some right now because they will be leaving shortly. If you don't need any until tomorrow, they will be back on the grounds tomorrow. So keep that in mind. Also, don't forget, we got ice. I just saw that we went over the 90-degree mark here, so we might want to get a little ice. I agree, Mike. It's absolutely pleasant out there. So while we do a little bit of track prep before we get ready for our Super Pro door cars next round, according to what we got there, it looks like we have 2 still double-entered Super Pro door cars. So again, if you've got a Super Pro door car, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. We are doing a little bit of track prep. As you can see, we're actually even going past the finish line for you guys that like to hammer the brakes. I'm not mentioning any names here. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro Dragster double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Dragster and double entries lanes 1 and 2. Singular entries, please make your way to lanes 3 and 4. Again, Super Pro Dragsters, this is your call. Super Pro Dragsters, this is your call. Double entries lanes 1 and 2. So again, to repeat, Super Pro Dragster double entries lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Dragster double entries lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Dragster singular entries lanes 3 and 4. So, just in case you needed a little incentive to get up here, Super Pro Dragsters, somebody's going to take a big old check home for $10,000 tonight. Now, if I was sitting around in the pits, and scratching and, maybe shooting the stuff with my buds, hey, I could go win $10,000. I think I'd jump in my car and come on up. But, that's just me. All right, final call, final call. Double entry dragsters, final call, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro dragsters, singular entry, lanes 3 and 4. Now, granted, the Pro ET has not been called yet, but Seems to be a couple of pretty good matchups out here. Matter of fact, there seems to be a lot of good matchups out here. All right, we're starting to fill the lanes in pretty good here. Got just a little bit more rubbing and scrubbing to do on the track, and then we'll get right back to racing. Do appreciate racers coming back when you're called. As awesome. The job is getting done everywhere, especially in the pits. It's noticed, and it's appreciated. All righty. Looks like we've got all the rest of the rubbing and scrubbing done on the track here as we're getting ready to go. So you double entry folks, be suited and ready to go because it's coming out now. It would appear there are two double-entered Super Pro door cars still here. So even on a best-case scenario, there'll be one double-entered Super Pro door car in just a moment. Andrew Olson, the 70 Camaro, alongside Tim Wirtz, the Rhino Rush energy drink. 521, the dial in for the Rhino Rush. That would be the drop top Corvette with the great big hood scoop. The 70 Camaro. Looks like it's minding its own business, but check that out. 582, the dial in. A lot of steel left on that 70 Camaro. Nice. Tim Wirtz making a trip down from Nampa, Idaho. 521, the dial in. Everybody's stage tree's on its way down. Everybody's green. Some are greener than others. Tim Wirtz, oh, baby. Tim Wirtz goes perfect on the tree and then breaks out by a bunch at the other end. Olson wasn't exactly horrible as he goes 0-1-4 on the tree, then runs an 83 with a 2 on an 82, and that's good for the win. Tim Wirtz going to go, man, where did that traction come from? Where did the speed come from? He's 5-18 with a 4 on a 21, and Andrew Olson goes on to the next round. Well, actually, Tim does too. As you know, he's double-entered. But Andrew's going to be all by himself over there as the last double-entered car. Okay, here we go. Justin Short. $5.53. Emma Duchelle. 582 the dial in. Going to get a 0.3 of a second head start over Justin Short. Justin driving the Chevelle. That 64 Chevy Well, 64 and 63 Chevy. There you were hanging around the showroom in September of 1963, and both these cars were just kind of sitting there, you know. Justin Short goes red. Emma goes to the next round. Corvette goes 583 with a 7 on a 582. Justin goes too quick on the tree and then too quick on the track. Emma's going to be much happier with her pass. The green light, then a 583 with a 7 on a 582, and Emma moves on. Next pair coming your way. Sean Ealing driving the 1991. No, got to be later than that. 1993 or 4. Let's go with that. Corvette. Got the roof folded down. You know, it's a nice day out. Dave Schaffer out of Auburn. It says 66 Mustang now, and it is. Pops the wheels as it leaves the line. Corvette right behind him. Winlight comes up for the Corvette. Sean goes 0-1-3 on the tree, 0-2-0 for Dave, and then Sean runs a 62 with a 3 on a 61, and that's good for the win. Going 14 thousandths under is Dave Schaffer. And on goes Sean, sneaking into those money rounds. It's coming up. Robert Butler driving that good-looking Camaro alongside Jim Harvison. Jim out of Escondido calls it the Sir James 67 Barracuda. Not a fastback. Believe it or not, they did build a few of those. As everybody was trying to run as quick as they could to build some sporty-looking, kind of pony-ish type cars. Lights are close on this end. Go down the other end. Winlight comes up in a double breakout. Robert Butler breaking out by less as he goes to 79 with a 5 on an 80. And look at that difference of the breakouts is a thousandth of a second. A 78 with a 4, or excuse me. .604, Jason Pad coming down from Chesimir. This 1975 Love Truck. Oh, baby. How would you like to have a 003 light? Well, 003 lights all around. Let's feel comfortable with that. Ricky goes 003 and then a 60 with a 6 on a 59, and that's good for the win. Man, you come all the way down from Chesimir and you cut yourself a 003 light. And what happens? You wait for tomorrow. Wow. PJ Giacalone driving the 55 Chevy. 5.83. Alongside a 592, Daniel McClellan. I bet these guys have raced each other before today. I'm just going out on a limb here. Daniel McClellan, 592, the dial in on the Roadster. PJ Giacalone, 583, the dial in on the 55 Chevy. Both these guys run the Pro Gas category and so forth down there in Southern California. Winlight comes up for Daniels. He goes 0-1-3 on the tree. Runs a 592 with a 9 on a 92. Nice pass right there. PJ 83 with a 6, but unfortunately started that out with an 044 light, and that gives Dan McClellan the win light. Pearson Deming, the 77 Nova. He's using the Jedi mind trick on you with the with the vinyl top there. Pay no attention to how fast this car is. It has a vinyl top. Gary Minaka, he's not paying any attention to that vinyl top. 534, the dial in for Gary. Gary's staring at the tree, and off he goes. Okay, this is the best pair of lights I've seen side by side. Gary Minaka goes 001. Pearson goes 002. 655 with a 0 on a 655 for a 2,000 pack. Gary Minaka goes 34 with a 7. But if you check it at the other end, a 0.061 margin of victory. Wow. Tony Marconi, he's back already. 5.89. Well, I didn't even get a chance to say anything about you, Mike Agnew, as you bowed out on the red side. Tony runs it out and goes an 89 with a 7 on his 89 and an 012. And I will tell you that these guys are ready and really ready. Quick look here, just doing a little dabbing here and there, just to make sure everything's ready to go. We're going to bring out the long cars now. Mark Miyashiro driving the Torco machine. The dragster over here in the Michelob Ultra side. Mark Barnhart making that trip over from New Mexico. 460 the dial in. It's going to give almost a 0.04 of a second head start to Mark Miyashiro, the Torrance, California driver by way of Hawaii. Everybody working their way into the lights. Mark Barnhart blinking the bottom light on his way in. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Mark Miyashiro 005 on the tree, then runs 96 with a 0. 5,000 pack to move it on to the next round, as the flying Hawaiian's going to say, Malaho. How do you say that? I don't know how to say it. I tell you, I don't know how to speak Hawaiian too terribly well. 60 with a 5 on a 60 for Mark. He gave up 0.12 of a second on the tree, and that was, or 12 thousandths, excuse me, on the tree, and that was the difference in the race at the other end. Austin Schoenfeld, 488 the dial-in, making the trip down from Magna, Utah. It's mahalo. There you go. I'm getting my I'm getting all my Hawaiian lessons in now. Daryl Wirtz. I'll get that out one time. Making a trip down from Meridian, Idaho, alongside that front motor dragster. This is a serious race right here. Windlight comes up, 461 with a 0 on a 460 for Daryl Wirtz. Austin, giving it everything he had, goes a 489 with a 1 on a 488. Down at the other end, a 100 stripe separates him. Daryl 009 reaction time. 9th thou off a perfect against the 018 on Austin side. So 2 excellent lights, but that wind picker's going to get one of you down there, and it just happened to be Daryl this time. Jonathan Flores, 471, the dial in on that black dragster that you see in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Marco Perveloas, 464, the dial in. Got quite an advantage on the tree. He goes 010 on the tree, much closer, then runs a 468 with a 6 on a 64. It's good for the number and good for the win. Jonathan runs it out and goes 470 with a 2 on a 471. Kevin Shear, 458 for the charcoal-colored dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. James Warden, the red and white dragster, 462, the dial in. James Warden, from one end to the other, goes 005 on the tree, runs a 62 with a 6 on a 62. So he ends up with an 11,000s pack. 58 with an 8 on a 58 for Mr. Shear, but that isn't going to get the job done as he gave up a little too much on the tree. Kevin Johnson, all the way down from Draper, Utah, alongside Kyle Raposo, all the way down from Bakersfield, California. 474 the dial in for Kyle. Kevin Johnson, 454. Going to give 0.2 of a second head start over to the black dragster with the purple valve covers. Kevin Johnson red by 4th thou. Kyle took it easy on him with an 03 on the tree and then goes a 75 with a 5 on a 74 for the win. 454 with a 6 on a 454 for Kevin. A lot closer to the dial, but unfortunately he puts it up red by 4,000s, and that is the difference in that race. Rob Strong driving the Firebird, 680. Tim Wirtz, another of those Idaho drivers. Matter of fact, the whole family's come down here, and they just been opening up a big old can of you-know-what. 518 the dial in on that machine. Good-looking Corvette. Red light for Tim Wirtz. Rob Strong runs it out the other end. 688 with a 1 on a 680. Nice 02 light on the tree. Tim Wirtz 007 red. Then runs a 20 with a 6 on the 18 dial. Justin Short getting the odd lot single here. Goes 5.52 for a dial and runs it down the other end. Goes 5.51 with an 8. That's pretty close. Goes red by a smidge. Ethan Williams driving the dragster. That's the green one that says Mizzier on the side of it. I mean to tell you, that thing's as green as a leprechaun right there. 4.93, 532 inches. A pretty quick dragster. Dave Pohl, 5.03, so not a lot of difference between these two, just a tenth of a second. As they run for the other end, a hundredth of a second separates them, and just about a hundredth of a second did separate them. As they get down the other end, David Pohl puts on the win light. He had an 0.21 reaction time, better than the 0.34 in the Mizzier car. 490, Ethan Williams in the Mizzier car. In case you're wondering why we're stumbling over this, is because there's about 9 different guys driving that one, I think. David Pohl, 5.04 on a 5.03. Nice race right there as he goes 0.2 on a tree and then runs one over. Here's Elliot Franco, 5.06, the La Palma driver, alongside Larry Beckner. Larry making a trip over from Scottsdale. Arizona? I'm going to get out the map. I don't even believe you, Mike. 4.94. Elliot Franco gets off the tree with a nice 0.12 light, 5.08 on a 5.06. That's 5.08 with a 1. Taking an easy win as Larry gave him up a little bit too much on the tree, like better than 5. And a 4.94 with a 0 on a 4.94. So dead on the number on the other end. Wasn't any help. That one got away from him at the start line. Brian Schubert out of Lemoore. That's the blue dragster. 6.13 the dial. Kaylee McKibben. Kaylee McKibben, 5.08. Tree on its way down. Brian Schubert out first, trying to stay out first. Goes too quick, and Kaylee makes it move into the next round. 5.18 with a 6. And Brian taking a bit of a stripe on the other end there. Goes 6.11 on a 6.13. Steve Hendricks, 480 the dial in. He's out of Bakersfield. Dean Bush is coming down to see what he can do here. 479. Steve Hendricks goes red by 0.04 of a second. Dean Bush runs it all the way out and runs a little quick, but it makes no difference because that green light he hung at the beginning of this race is going to be all the difference in the world. He goes 476 with a 2 on a 479. 482 with a 3 for Steven Hendricks. And that might give him some information for tomorrow. 474 versus 478. Ryan Magnus, Ryan 478, dial in the Colton, California driver, alongside Colby Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia. Colby's 474. Ryan puts it up red. Colby, a nice 017 light, runs it all the way out. Goes 5:03 with a 1. I'm going to say he didn't run it all the way out. After I did say he ran it all the way out. No, 5:01, only 108 miles an hour, so he lifts. I've made up my mind, thank you. And the 4.76 with an 8, a little too quick for Ryan, but he was a little too quick on the tree, so that makes no difference. Colby moves on to the next round. Steve Williams is driving that dragster big time, 4.47. That thing's fast. But he's got his hands full. Here's the guy that took the 25 grand home last night. Tom Bear dialed it all the way up to 5:02. All the way up to 5:02. Oh, baby. Steve Williams goes red by 100th of a second. Tom Bear is a 012 light. And then Tom Bear misses his dial in by, 1,000th, but that happens. So the professor moves on to the next round. Steve Williams, 4.48 with a 2 on a 4.47. And he was red by 100th. Did he roll one out thinking, man, I've got to get one out of here just in case I got the professor? Those things are always tough decisions. 4.74 for Dave Mazier. Dave Meyer, 4.71. So only 300ths of a second separate the two. Mazier Enterprise dragster. Dave Mazier, many-time national event winner. Dave Mazier, many-time bracket winner. This is just one awesome drag race right here. 4,000 separate him on this end. And 4.72 with a 1 for Dave Meyer beats Dave Mazier's 4.77 with a 4. As dragster running just a little bit over. And Dave Mazier going to get a chance to relax. Meyer's going to get a chance to move on. Here's Cooper Chun. Cooper, 5.17, the dial in on that white dragster with the gold trim. Daryl Wirtz making a trip from Meridian, Idaho, 4.56. Another one of those super fast dragsters. Half the super fast dragsters on this racetrack have come from Idaho. Probably has something to do with the Kid Performance guys in Idaho. Because even if he didn't build your engine, chances are you had to try to build one to outrun him somewhere along the line. We're talking about Kid Performance, of course. Sponsor of today's race. Cooper gets out first, and he's the lesser of the two breakouts. He runs a 15 with a 9 on a 16 after a 002 light. So in a manner of speaking, it's a 3,000 winning package. 4.56 was the dial-in. 4.55 with an 8 is what Daryl ran. And win light goes over to Cooper Chun. Attention to the pits. Pro, there's 15 of you, and we're looking for you right now. Pro, we're looking for you. Here we go. Dylan Howe, 4.52, the dial in. Junction City, Oregon. Alongside Bobby Dye. He made a trip from Ontario. Both lights real close. Gets down the other end real close. 6.63 with a 6. Can't win. 4.52 with a 4 on a 4.52 can. He had 100th of a second on the tree. Turns it into 200ths of a second down at the other end. And Dylan moves on to the next round. Got a couple few dragsters left here. Pro Pro. There's 15 of you. We'd like to see all your shining, smiling faces right here in the lanes. Pro, you have been called. Oh, man. Butler goes red by 2 thou. Mark Barnhart's going to get the automatic win. 70 with a 4 on a 60. Not real close in either place, but the fact of the matter is sometimes lucky's a good thing. Lucky was a good thing this time. Mark off by a tenth of a second. 0.4 reaction time. But even with that, Robert Butler red lit by 2 thousandths of a second, giving the win over to Mark Barnhart. All righty, so we've got a couple minutes here. There's one dragster left back there. And we are lining up some door cars out there. Pro, you have been called. There's 15 of you. We're going to line you up. This round, yep, 15 cars. Justin Short to the lanes, please. Justin Short to the lanes. Justin Short, your opponent is waiting. Justin Short to the lanes, please. Again, Justin Short, we're waiting for you in the lanes, please. Justin Short. Also, pro, 15 cars in pro. Waiting for you guys all to get here. Again, I'd like to thank you Kid Performance. Oh, thank you too, Mike. I mean, no doubt about it. Kid Performance Friday is what we're dealing with right here, and I got news for you. Somebody out there is going to win $5,000. Somebody else out there is going to win $10,000. And, that's still a lot of money. I was talking to Tom Bear last night. So what you going to do with the money? He goes, we kind of already ordered some furniture. Yeah. As soon as he made it to the semis, okay, it's time to do a little furniture shopping. Okay, we're pairing up the pro category cars. 15 cars left. Okay, here we go. All right, we have one pair left to go here in Super Pro. All right, here we go. This is the last pair going down this round of Super Pro. So Marco versus Justin here. Justin Short driving the 64 Chevelle alongside the dragster. The Pinella Motorsports, Marco Paravalos out of Novato. 463. Justin Short's door car is a pretty quick door car, so it really isn't that big of a head start. It's less than a full second. Looks like nobody really wants to stage him up right there, but somebody's going to have to sometime. There we go. Justin making his way towards the tree, pops it in. Marco right behind him. Oh, baby. Justin Short red by 2,000th. Marco almost perfect with a 009. Then runs a 64 with a 1 on a 63. Justin Short runs a 552 with a 7 on a 552. And to give you the rest of the action as we go into Pro, here's Mike.
Thank you, Jay. Pro ET with Richard Leo and Tony Marconi. Wow, that's pretty big. Richard the Chero, 721, getting the head start over that El Bandito Tequila Arrow at 589 for Tony. Red light start, Tony Marconi by 007. Red lights on and my favorite car is gone. Richard Leo, 42 on the tree, 7-17-0 for the automatic W for Richard Leo is Mike Agnew. Brian Cam, another big one here. Brian the Camaro, 799. Getting the head start over the King's Ransom Chevelle. Mike Agnew, 612. Green light starts again. Head start, Brian. Here comes that Chevelle and Mike Agnew down there, top end. Mike Agnew, 6:15.3 on that 6:12.024 for the win. Brian was 8:01.2 on that 7:99, but 0.56. Super Pro Door Car winners to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car winners to the lanes, please. Jim Hulse, the Datsun, 7:41. Jay Griner, the Pontiac Ventura, 681 for the J-Mobile, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Super Pro Door Cars to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars to the lanes, please. Red light start, Jim Hulse by 4 thou. Jay Griner moving on. Jay Griner 679.5 on that 681 dialing was 089 green. And that's what they got shoe polish for. Amber Rutherford, Mustang, 604, chasing Randy Stanley. The 75 Nova, 692, Randy right side. Head start Nova. Red light start Randy Stanley. 013 RED. Amber moving on to the Mustang. Amber 619.3, 112. Red lights on. Randy's gone. A couple of friends in this matchup. Sunday, Tim Arnswald, Camaro. Sasha Hofer, Firebird. Sasha at 733. Sunday, Tim Arnswald, 731. A pair of Silver Platter racing cars here to go to the next round. Tim is in, waiting on Sasha. Clean and green. Down there at that finish line, one of them's coming back, and it's going to be Sasha. 027, 737.9 on that 733 dialing for the win. Sunday, Tim was 064, 35 with the 9 on that 31. Ron the Hammer Nichols and Chase Trimp. Chase in the Opel GT, 657. Chasing the Hammer in that Olds, it's 711. Hammer runnered up in Las Vegas for the Division 7 title in Pro ET. So Chase over there in the Opel. Two of the big-time players in from NorCal. Green light starts. Hammer looking over at that little Opel GT. Watch it down there. It's going to be Chase stripped by 5 thou. Chase, 012 reaction time, 660 with the 9 on that 57 dial for the win. The Hammer missed it on the tree at 45, and then goes a 1/12 with a 1 on the 11 dial, and it's 5 thousandths of a second. The finish line to Chase Tripp, tightening that baby up. Jeff Dye, Josh DeSouza. Josh Farside, the dragster, 690. Getting the head start over that Nova. Jeff Dye, 673. Here comes that Nova down there. Got enough to get around that dragster? Nope. Josh DeSouza, 018 on the tree, 693 with an 8 on that 90 dialing for the W. As Jeff missed it on the tree and then broke out by 8 thou, getting their second. Shelby Williams, the bye run at 664 in the Foggett Camaro. Super Pro Door Car winners, need you on the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car winners, need you on the lanes, please. Shelby Williams, 42 on the tree, and that Camaro right down through there. 628 1, 109, Shelby Williams. Moving to the next round in Kid Performance Friday, Pro ET for $5,000 to the winner. Super Pro door car winners to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro Dragster winners, back to the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster winners, need you back to the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster winners. Need you the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster winners. Need you the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car with Andrew Olson driving the old man's Camaro. Charlie out there. Going to be at 583. Emma Duschel, the family Corvette. Dad Rick standing there. 583. Won't this be fun to watch? The fuel-injected Camaro and the aerospace components Corvette. $583 up on the board, both cars. Sweetheart DJ bringing his girlfriend back. Charlie Olson standing over there watching that Camaro. To go to the next round, it's Super Pro Door Car and Kid Performance Friday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Andrew lights that second light. Here we go. Couple of green light starts. Emma right, Andrew left. Down there, top end, that wind light says Emma. Wow, they both go 585. Emma goes 5.850.012 for the win. Andrew bows out at 5.85.5033. Emma Duschel in the Corvette. Moving on is Robert Butler, Dan McClellan. The Big Mac Racing Roadster, Dan McClellan, far side, 592, getting the head start over Robert Butler. The Camaro at 5 78. Couple of green light starts here. Oh, this baby going to be good at down there top end. That wind light says Robert Butler dead on 9, 021 for the win. Dan McClellan was better in reaction time at 013, out by one stinking thousandths of a second. His dad Kevin goes, shucks, heck, darn, and all that other stuff. Rob Strong, Sean Ealing, this pair. 661, Sean the Corvette. 687, Rob Strong, the Firebird. So head start to the Firebird. Green light starts. Rob is out there. Here comes Sean Ealing, that Corvette. Got enough to get there down there top end. Oh, man. Rob Strong was 009. Breaks out by 7 thou. Get there first by 8 hun. Sean Ealing was 063 and lights up that scoreboard at 663.8. And Rob Strong is going to look at that time slip and just hide all sharp objects. Tony Marconi. And now to be Ricky Dushel. Sister Emma still in. Ricky's trying to stay right alongside. 559, Ricky Dushel, the Corvette. 588, Tony Marconi, the Plymouth Arrow. Drop top. Green light starts this time. Clean green. One of them was 007. And Ricky Dushel, dead 7007, eliminated Tony Marconi, who was dead on 3 because Ricky was 007, 14 thou pack, and Tony was 036 and was in the way. So Ricky joins Sister Emma next round. Marco Paravallaris, 464. Dylan Howe, 452. Marco, the only car still left in, double entered. Twice, you know. .464 left side Marco, .452 right side Dylan. Green light starts this pair. Watch this, baby. Down there, top end, Marco. Marco is 0-16, out by 4 thou for the win. Wow. Dylan Howe is 0-19, out by 6 thou for the loss. What a great matchup there. Marco coming back as Daryl Wirtz and Kaylee McGibbon. Miss Kaylee, White Lane Automotive drags her 508 right side. Daryl Wirtz in from Idaho, 460 in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Pre-stage is Daryl. Here comes Kaylee. Daryl's in. Kaylee lights that second light. Green light starts AR. Kaylee out there, that Idaho runner down there. It's going to be Kaylee by 2 thousandths of a second. Kaylee's 24 on the tree, 5097 on that 508 dial for the win. Daryl Wirtz, 461.2 on that 461 dial and 031 by 2 thousandths of a second. Kaylee moving on is Mark Mayashiro, David Pohl. David Farside for Professor Tom Bayer. Gene out there. 504, David Pohl. Mark Mayashiro. Team Tuna Tank, 496 for the Hawaiian. Itty bitty little head start going to David Pohl in the school car. Green light starts here. Another really good matchup down there. It's going to be the Hawaiian. Mark Mayashiro, dead on 7-0-22 for the win. David Pohl, dead 4. It goes out at 0-44. Mark Mayashiro coming back as Elliot Franco and Tom Bayer. Professor Tom driving Shane Thompson's Silver State Refrigeration team car. Of course, Silver State Refrigeration, the great sponsor of this West Coast Classic. And Elliot Franco in from Orange County, 507 Elliot, 502 Tom Bayer. Pre-staged Elliot Franco. Professor Tom bumping in so very carefully. Little head start, Elliot. Green light starts. Yesterday's winner might be in trouble. Nope, not this time. Tom Bayer, 5071 on that 502 dial for the win. He was 046. Elliot Franco was 032, but then goes to 15 with an 8 on that 07. And Tom Bayer continuing on, looking to double up as Kyle Raposo, Dean Bush. Dean Farside, Las Vegas, 478, getting that itty-bitty little head start over Kyle Raposo right here, Bakersfield, 475 Kyle. They're in, and Kyle rolled right. Wow. Well, true starts on there, and I'm not sure what happened, but Dean Bush, 480, 136 on that 478 dial-in. Kyle goes like, he came up on the trans brake and rolled right through, and it's 884 at 56 miles an hour. But the better the two red lights moves on, and it'll be David Meyer and Mark Barnhart. Barnhart, 460. For the runner in from New Mexico, that three-way Chevrolet lane. And David Meyer, the Division 7 champ, 472, David Meyer. 6 thou difference in reaction time, and it'll be Mark Barnhart. 022 dead on 6 for the win, three-way Chevrolet lane. David Meyer, 028, goes a 1 over 70 with 3 with a 6 and bows out as Cooper Chun. Colby Fuller, 473 Colby. The Foggett Dragster far side, 516 Cooper Chun. Michelob Ultra Lane right side. Head start going to that big-time player in for Vancouver, Washington, and Cooper Chun. But Colby Fuller ain't no weak dog in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Green light starts this time. One of them was perfect. Top end, that would be that. How about Colby Fuller? 4 thou package. Perfect reaction time, dead on 4. Cooper Chun was 0-11 and was mathematically out of this race. Had no chance. Gets down there, breaks out by 3 thou. Man. So Colby moving on, and man, Cooper. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro ET winners to the lanes, please. Pro ET winners to the lanes, please. By the way, quick reminder: Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic merchandise is for sale. The motorhome, Chris Forsythe's motorhome, right behind the tower. So yeah, it's going to be cold tonight. Get your sweatshirt. You probably want a hoodie, not just a regular sweatshirt. A Disquent. Everybody else has got him for 15. Pro ET winners back to the lanes. Pro ET winners back to the lanes. I call Pro ET and Amber Rutherford listens. Doesn't happen very often that somebody listens to me. No chance. That's right. Amber was just driving by and thought I'll go up in the staging lanes. So Marco Paravallaris back in his double entry. Marco will roll up your right side. And James Warden. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Oh, everybody shuts off because Cleat's out on the track. Huh. Papa Wheelie, Cleat. Come on. I want to see that. Never mind. So Marco comes up, Michelob Ultra lane, James Warden, three-way Chevrolet lane, 463 far side, 464 right side. And I'm going to be bold. That's heads up. Yep. James is in. Marco bumping so carefully. Lights that second light. Red light start, James Warden by 7th thou. Marco is 0084636 Marco stays double entered. Pearson Deming for Kid Performance. He did this last year at this race. 77 Nova. Pearson still in, Dad in. Huh. Interesting facts. Dialed 655. 005. Runs that Nova down through there. 6541 on that 655 dialing. Pearson moving to the next round. Kid Performance Pro ET will be out next. Kid Performance Pro ET will be out next. Jay Kasem will be up next in the booth. That round, the quarterfinal round in Kid Performance Pro ET.
Well, Mike, thank you very much. I got a chance to kind of cruise around the pits a little bit and check out with some folks. And I'll tell you what, there's some pretty serious racers out there. Hey, the newsman came. So here we are. Kid Performance Friday. It's a good day. Right now we're lining up what looks to be the pro category cars out there on the track. Keep in mind, racers, pretty soon it's going to be as quick as you can get back, because that moment is coming soon. And, of course, we're pairing folks up out there in the lanes right now. Doing a little bit of work on the track here real quick. Okay, it kind of looks like we've got everybody sorted out down there, so we'll be getting to running in just a moment as we're doing a little sweeping and rubbing on the track right now, and then we're going to get all the people in their cars, and then we're going to go down the track. Also, remember, racers, if you're still in, be ready to come back at a moment's notice because this is going to get pretty tight. Not to mention, of course, if we're laddering everybody, that means there's cash out there to be had. Also want to remind everybody, West Coast Classic merch. That's right. Swing on by the trailer at the base of the tower. Go on over there and check it out. The Silver State Refrigeration, HVAC, West Coast Classic. T-shirts, other kinds of swag. Stuff you can wear later in the year. Some nice big fluffy hoodies. So little something for right now. You get a T-shirt, and then about 4 hours from now, you wear your hoodie. You know, we're getting down when there's more golf carts in the lanes than there are race cars in the lanes. Getting down to the itty bitty details. Those itty bitty details come with some pretty serious cash. So far, there's a thousandth of a second difference between the best package today in Super Pro and the best package today in Pro. So, needless to say, I know that argument about delay boxes and throttle stops and everything else versus somebody who's out there, when it really comes down to it, and you sit there and say, well, the best of the best and the best of the best are only a thousandth apart. That's telling you exactly how tough all these racers are, whether it's bottom bulb, top bulb, or anywhere in between. One more pass on the tractor, and I think we'll be right back to racing. As you see, the pro category cars have made their way to the front of the lanes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. Hey, listen up. I want to remind everybody about the way the schedule is going to work tomorrow. So while I got everybody's careful attention, listen up. There will be no time runs tomorrow unless, and this is the big unless it's somebody new coming through the gate, or there is a new driver added to a car, or a new car added to a driver. And that's the only way. So there'll be maybe a few cars to clean up, and then we're going right into eliminations. And then to make it easy on you, the run order will be the same tomorrow as it is today. The only difference is there may be just a few cars making time hits. So, guys, be ready to go. And that'll be an 8 a.m. ready to go start. So we'll have the track ready. You have your cars ready. Mark parked the tractor. So now we can get out the pro cars. Okay, here we go. Back into pro. 8 cars left. Now it's getting to be a bit of fun. All right, here we go. First pairs in the water hole of the last 8 cars. Well, Richard Leal, 7:15 the dial in on that 1964 Ranchero. Chase Trimp driving the 1969 Opel GT, originally referred to as the Mini Brute, back when they offered them. Everybody's staging up, nice and careful like, because there's some serious money on the line now. Excellent reaction times, both sides. Winlight comes up on Chase Trimp's side. He starts out 0-1-7 and then runs a 62 with a 1 on his 56, getting an opportunity to lift and back in tightly against Richard. Richard goes at 18 with a 3 on a 15. He's actually closer to his dial, but he gave a little bit away on the tree. And Chase moves into that round of 4. Here's Mike Agnew. Mike Agnew, he's driving that red Chevelle. Amber Rutherford's driving that red Mustang. '65 Mustang. 605 the dial in. The Chevelle 612. So this is all pretty close together here. Tree comes down. Big wheels up launch for that Chevelle. Cars are tight. At the 3:30 clock, they're side by side. At the finish line, Mike Agnew pulls around. He goes a 6:13 with a 4 on a 6:12 after a nice 03 light. Amber runs off the number, goes 6:09 on a 6:05. Gave up about 100th on the tree, but actually the car not getting anywhere near the number was the problem. Next pair coming your way. Jay Greiner driving the Pontiac. Oh, wait, they're both driving Pontiacs. Sasha Hofer, 91 Firebird. Jay Greiner, 74 Ventura. 680 the dial in on the Ventura. 734 the dial in on the Hofer machine. Sasha in. Tree on its way down. Not a lot of separation on the tree. They get to the finish line. Winlight says Sasha Hofer, 737 with a 9 on a 734 as Jay goes under as he runs a 79 with a 3 on an 80. Shelby Williams alongside Josh DeSouza. The Santa Clara driver dialed in a 690 in the little bitty dragster. Call it a Phantom because you can't see it. Shelby Williams, the 67 Camaro, is going to give that little car just a bit of a head start, about 0.6 of a second. Somebody's going to stage him up. Joshua out in front. Here comes Shelby. Wind light says Shelby Williams. Shelby had to make up 300ths of a second on the tree and does so. She runs 6:28 on a 6:28 over by 7 thou. 109 miles an hour. Taking the win. Joshua and the Little Phantom goes under by about 1 and change. And that was the difference in the race. Super Pro, this is your call. Super Pro, this is your call. Remember, you're going to get paired in the middle of the lane, so come on down, be ready to get paired. So even if you need just a little bit more time to cool them off, don't worry about it. We're going to give it to you while we tell you who your pairing is. And keep in mind, if you're on the ladder, you're in the money. So this gets to be the fun part. Matter of fact, is it for sale or is it on sale? The merchandise is on sale. That's right. Swing on by the West Coast Classics trailer, and don't forget to, hey, buy a lot, buy plenty, buy it now. That's right. T-shirts for today and hoodies for tonight. It's all out there. Again, Super Pro, you have been called. Super Pro, you have been called. We're down to 4 cars in Pro. And a good 4 cars it is. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch these finals. Super Pro, this is your call. Super Pro, this is your call. Like I said, it's going to take a few minutes to pair you, so if you're not quite exactly where you need to be, bring it on up. You'll have time. Don't forget, of course, we're going to have 2 different winners in the winner's circle tonight. Pro category winner and also Super Pro category winner. Sporting one of those really cool kid performance Silver State West Coast Classic trophies. Nice. Again, Super Pro, we need you now. I see some of the Super Pro cars on their way up here now. Excellent, Smithers. All right, Super Pro, Super Pro, you've been called. Of course, keep in mind that out of the 13 contestants left in Super Pro, Marco happens to be two of them. When you see somebody double entered and getting this deep in it, always reminds me of the day that Luke Bogacki ran himself in the final of a $25,000 to win race, parked his car and then got in the other one, parked his car in the start line and got in the other one and drove it down the track. Yeah, that's a good day at the races right there. Marco, we're racing for 10 grand today, but Marco is holding the possibility of being able to run himself in the final. You got a lot of things that got to happen right to do that. Not to mention there's about 11 other guys out there, guys and gals actually, that would really like to not let him have that happen. But that is one of the possibilities that we've got that'll play out this evening. As the sun starts to settle in the west a little bit, temperature's going to come down. Dial-ins are going to come down. So while the racers get themselves ready to go as they get paired up, Pro, keep in mind, guys, your guys aren't far away from your call for your next setup. Again, for you racers out there that really don't have the wardrobe necessary to complete the weekend, you might want to swing on by the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic trailer and pick yourself up whatever you need. I do believe there may be one or two Mike English approved tuxedos in there still, but it's on a first come, first served basis. But I do know that there are t-shirts and other really cool swag. So swing on by and check it out. I hear a couple motors firing. We're just about ready to light them off out there. Super Pro. All right, here we go, guys. Looks like we're ready to light them up. The track looks good. Mike, I was thinking the temperature might have dropped a little bit. It hasn't yet. Still, so numbers and everything are going to be just about the same as they were last round. Here comes Marco. Marco is the only car still in twice. Marco Parvaleros. 463 the dial in alongside Kaylee McKibben. Kaylee, 509 the dial in. Been nailing it, too. Just super, super tight to that dial in. Obviously, if you're still in with just so few cars left, Marco's been doing quite the workman-like job inside that black dragster. 463, going to give about a 0.4 of a second head start over to Kaylee. Kaylee off. Marco chasing. Wind light comes up. Marco. He goes 0-1-6 on the tree, runs a 64 with a 1 on a 63. Kaylee nails the dial in again with a 509 with a 9 on a 509. Unfortunately, gave away 3 on the tree, and that was just a little too much. The 029 stripe at the other end. Marco moves on. Marco, of course, has to hurry up and come right back around again because there's somebody sitting at the back of the lanes waiting for you. Oh, boy. Next pair coming your way. Here's the professor, Tom Bear, driving the Worthy Chasser. Dialed her back down to 501. Took it off that 502, back to 501. 483 for Emma, driving the Corvette. Both Corvettes are still in. So the Michelob Ultra Lane, Corvette's going to get a bit of it, about 8. Emma runs it all the way out the back door. She goes an 82 with a 7 on an 83. Started out with an 039 light. Tom goes all the way out the other end. He goes 5 flat with an 8 on the 501. Of course, that 2 thou red light was all the damage right there. Next pair coming your way. Robert Butler driving the blue and white door car. Just a couple of them left. Alongside Dean Bush. Dean Bush driving the dragster. 478 to dial in for the dragster. 578 to dial in for Butler. Bush tips on the top light. Butler pulling the Camaro forward. He's put on the top light. Dragster's in. Door car's in. Tree's on its way down. Awesome reaction times, both sides. 1,000 separates them on this end. And Robert Butler with a beautiful 011 reaction time takes the win light. He runs a 79 with a 9 on a 78. Dean Bush gets there first but breaks out with a 477 with a 1 on a 478. 1 thou difference in the lights. Next pair coming your way. Ricky bringing up the other Corvette. 63 Corvettes dialed in at a 559 over there in the three-way Chevrolet line. Alongside Mark Barnhart. Mark has been doing a heck of a job. Made that trip out from New Mexico, and he said, like I said, they don't come out here to throw that money away. No, they're going to make you fight for it. 459, plenty fast dragster right there. 559. Am I noticing a trend here? Exactly a second separation? Ricky in the Corvette out in front and stays out in front. He runs a 560 on a 559 at 60s with a 0. Started that race out with an 017 light. So Ricky and Emma are both still in. Mark Barnhart gave it a good try as he runs 460 with a 5 on that 59, but didn't get the job done. Here's Mark Miyashiro. Mark Miyashiro running alongside what easily has to be the sleeper of Super Pro category, Pearson Deming driving the 77 Nova. Small block powered alongside the big block powered undercover chassis. Actually, a big cubic inch LS is what I should say. 500 cubic inch LS power for Mark Miyashiro. Mark dialed 496 is going to give up a second and a half head start. Wind light comes up for Pearson. Pearson goes 011 on the tree. Then runs it out with a 55 with a 0 on a 54. Mark gave it all he had right there. Unfortunately, 04 on the tree pretty much said what was going to happen. Kobe Fuller, the odd lot single. Semifinal pro to the lanes. Semifinal pro to the lanes. Semifinal pro. Bring them to the lanes. Pro semifinal, you have been called. Pro semifinal, you have been called. Again, pro category. Need you to the lanes, pro category. I think I got two and I need two more. Pro semifinal. Did you know there's 4 cars in semifinal, Mike? So we do have all 4 of our pro semifinal competitors in. We still have a little of unfinished business in Super Pro. from the round of 13 cars. I see our last two competitors in Super Pro making their way to the front of the lanes.
All right. While we got a minute, we're waiting on Marco to jump back in on his double to round out this round of Super Pro. Wanted to let everybody know, because I know everybody that has a door car on the grounds at least has reached out to me with the interest regarding tomorrow night's door car clash. Immediately following the finals this evening, we get Winter Circle wrapped up. I will be at my trailer, hard at work to contact those of you that have already paid and need to get your sticker, check in, as well as try to get these fields set this evening so we can avoid any sort of confusion tomorrow. So if you are still on the grounds and you're planning on sticking around or you're staying out here, just keep in mind after we're done, that's what I'll be working on down at my trailer. So if you have interest, you have a spot, come down and see me, and we're going to see if we can get this thing sorted out so it's set for tomorrow night. Again, that's a separate 550. It will be a split field. 16 top bulb cars, 16 bottom bulb cars. They will run each other respectively out. And in the final for $10,000, we will see a top bulb car and a bottom bulb car. Or in the rarest occurrence, we got a bottom bulb guy on the top bulb side, which means we'd have two bottom bulb cars. But we won't have two top bulb cars, I can assure you that. So again, if you're interested in tomorrow evening's West Coast Bracket Races door car clash, I will be down at the trailer working on that immediately following tonight's Winter Circle.
All right, here we go. Marco looks like he's just about strapped in. All right, guys, here we go. This is the final pair of the round of 13 of Super Pro, as it's going to be Marco versus Shelby. All right, here we go. Marco driving the black dragster, heating up the tires. 463 is the dial, alongside Sean Ealing, 661, driving the Corvette. Marco, the last of the double entered, trying to get into the round of 7. Sean says, I might have a little something to say about that. Yep, Sean's been doing a really good job in that drop-top Corvette. Now we're going to find out exactly how good a job you're going to do. This is tough. Marco has been going rounds. All right, here we go. Marco off the line right alongside Sean Ealing. This is getting tight down at the other end. Wind light. Marco goes 0-1-1 off the tree, which is a tie for the best reaction time. That's going to be interesting all by itself. He goes 463 with a 0 on a 463 and needed every bit of it. Sean's down there forcing the issue as he goes 662 on a 661. And man, oh man. So Marco is still in twice. All right, here we go into Pro ET. 4 cars left. Who's going to be in the final? Chase Trim. He's driving the Mini Brute, the 1969 Opel GT, alongside Shelby Williams. Chase is dialed 655, so he's actually going to get a little bit of a head start over Shelby's 629. Shelby driving the 67 Camaro, 350 cubic inches of power. I mean, power. That car is fast. For as big as that is, 629. Going to chase down that little bitty Opel. Back in 1969, the Opel was built in Germany. Opel brand name is still out there, and they build them in Australia now. Oh, Shelby Williams goes red by 2 thou. Chase goes green by 1 thou. Chase Trim puts up a 53 with a 5 on a 55 dial after going 001 on the tree. Shelby runs it out and goes 625 on that 629. I don't know if that's an indication or not, but Chase Trim making his way to the final. Next pair coming your way. Who's going to be running Chase? The question is pretty simple. It's either going to be Sasha Hofer or Mike Agnew. Mike driving that real good-looking 69 Chevelle, 516 cubic inches big block under the hood of that one, 610. Going to wait a little while. Sasha's taking off. 735 is the dial in on Sasha's machine. The 91 Firebird. Everybody's in. Tree's on its way down. Oh, man. Sasha puts it up red. Mike Agnew is going to go to the final round to run Chase Trim. They run all the way through the other end, real nice. 8-10 or 6-10, on a 6-10 for Agnew. 32-35. So that sets one of our finals. Is Chase Trimp is going to be running Mike Agnew. Sasha 32 on a 35. That car's been printing 32 time slips all day. So our final and pro's been set. Chase Trimp alongside Mike Agnew. So a pair of 1969 cars. You'd walk into the Buick dealer to get a Opel in 1969. 516 cubic inch Chevelle, and what do they have there? 2.2 liter in those little mini brutes. So that's pretty cool. Want to remind everybody, if you're out there tonight and you're thinking about whether or not you need a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, a hoodie, any kind of other really cool swag, swing on by the trailer and go ahead and check it all out. The Silver State West Coast Classic trailer has got all kinds of really fashionable wear. I'm wearing mine. Also, again, one more time, I'm going to clarify the operations for tomorrow. Here's the way it's going to work. Anybody who's new that comes through the gate is going to get a time pass. Anybody who's a new driver, or if there's a new car added, and this is a car that hasn't been down the track yet with that driver in it, and that means that that particular setup, new entry, would get their pass. And then after that, we're going right into, and we're going to run exactly the same system we ran today. So we're going to start out at just a few minutes after 8. We're going to start out where we're going to have pro, and then we're going into Super Pro door cars, Super Pro dragsters, and we're going to run just exactly the same way we did today. And again, tomorrow, Saturday, is going to be a good time. Don't forget, there's also going to be the Super Pro and Pro door car clash. So 16 Pro, 16 Super Pro cars. Also want to repeat what Chris had said earlier, and that is if you have an interest in getting into one of those two categories of the door car clash, there are a few spaces still available. He'd like you to come by his trailer right after we wrap up tonight. Swing on by, and if you're interested in buying in, come with your buy-in. The buy-in in that category is $550, and like I said, somebody's leaving with $10,000 tomorrow. The door car clash, and that'll be running in the evening later. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. This is your 30-second warning. Super Pro. Super Pro. This is your call to the lanes. Super Pro. This is your call to the lanes. Going to be a pretty interesting ladder the way I've overheard it. I'm not going to try. I don't have a copy, so I can't tell you exactly what we've got, but it's going to be a good time. Pro final, you haven't been called, but the way we're planning on doing this is pro final. We're probably going to run you guys and do your winner circle photos, probably somewhere around the semis or possibly even between the semis and the final on Super Pro. So stand by. We're going to give you a call here in just a little bit. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your call. Super Pro. This is your call to the lanes. Super Pro. We're pairing you in the lanes. Okay, listen up, guys. This is the way this is going to work out. Marco, as you know, is still in 2 cars, or 2 entries, I should say. Same car, 2 entries. Marco is going to be running Mr. Fuller. Pierce Deming's going to be running Ricky Duchel. Emma is going to be running Mr. Butler. And Marco's going to be running the wind. So that works out pretty well. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. All right, here we go. Super Pro cars making their way to the lanes. All right, Super Pro, we'll be pairing you up here very shortly. We're sitting there talking about some pretty interesting scenarios that could possibly happen. And to talk about those possible scenarios, I'm going to talk Mike into telling you because I'm the math wizard, but he's the guy that knows it all. And coming to you right now. Speaking of which, here's Mike.
Super Pro quarter final round. Colby 4, Marco Peravalaris. Colby going to be right side, the Michelob Ultra Lane at 4.70 for the Foggett Team Machine. Marco Peravalaris, three-way Chevrolet lane at 4.63 to go to the semis on Kid Performance Friday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Pre-stage is Colby. Waiting on Marco. $10,000 Kid Performance Friday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. They are pre-staged. To bump. Marco's in, waiting on Colby. Somebody's going to hang out the semifinal round. This is one of Marco's two entries. They are clean. They are green. 002 is the best of the two, but Marco makes it work by 9 thou. Marco is 10 on the tree, goes a 1 over 461, 464-1 for the win. Colby was 002. It goes out at 472-8. Robert Butler, Emma Duschel. Emma Duschel, the Corvette, dialed down 2 to 581. Robert Fuller, the Camaro, 578. DJ bringing his girlfriend in that Corvette. Robert Butler starts to roll up Michelob Ultra Lane. 581 Corvette, 578 Camaro to go to the semis. On Kid Performance, $10,000 Friday, Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Here we go. They're in, they're set. Couple of green light starts. Emma out front. Here comes that Camaro down there, top end. Emma's going to the semis. 024, 582, 6 on that 81 dialing for the win. Robert missed the tree. Goes up 54 on the tree, 5,800 on that 578 dial. Mike Agnew, need you the lanes, please. Mike Agnew, need you the lanes as Ricky Duschel and Pearson Deming. Pearson, 655. Getting the head start over Ricky Duschel's Corvette at 559. Ricky knows his sister's in the semifinals. He'd like to hang out with her a little bit. Mike Agnew needs you to the lanes for the Pro ET final. So 559 right side, Ricky Duschel. 655 left side, Pearson Deming. Double 09 red Pearson. Ricky, 558.4 on that 559 dial. True start came into effect there. Ricky Duschel was 004 red. Pearson Deming was 009 red. Ricky Duschel hanging out with his sister in the semifinal round of Kid Performance Friday Super Pro for $10,000. Marco, waiting you to come back for your second entry single run. Mike Agnew, need you in the lanes for the final of Pro ET. for $5,000. Pro ET final round on Kid Performance Friday. Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Chase Trimp, the Opal 654. Mike Agnew, the Chevelle 610. The LAT Racing Oils Extreme Powder Coating King's Ransom Chevelle. Taking on Chase. The Opal GT getting that head start on that 654 dial. And Mike Agnew going to try and run him down for $5,000 on Kid Performance Friday. Chase is pre-stage, waiting on Mike Agnew. Watch that Chevelle sky them front wheels for $5,000. Kid Performance Friday, they are in, they are set, and here we go. They are clean and they are green. Chase is out there. Here comes Mike Agnew trying to push him out down there. Mike Agnew by 8/10,000ths of a second. Mike Agnew's 43 on the tree, goes dead on 6. Chase was 28 on the tree. Go on that 654 dial, goes 656.1 by 8/10,000ths of a second. Mike Agnew is $5,000 richer going back to Oak Hills on Kid Performance Friday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Super Pro winners, back to the lays, please. Don't forget Winner's Circle pictures in the staging lanes. Winner's Circle pictures in the staging lanes. So Mike Agnew, need you back to the lanes, please. Mike Agnew. So Winner's Circle pitchers need you in the lanes, please. Winner's Circle pitchers in the lanes. That would be Mike Agnew in that $5,000 check.
Again, Mike Agnew. We're calling you to the winner's circle. Mike Agnew and crew, come on down to the winner's circle. Somebody's going to hand you a big old check. All right, I see Mike Agnew is pulled into the winner's circle. That Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic winner's circle. Looking for a few crew members, a couple photographers, and a little bit of spirit down there. Guy winning big cash today. That's the Kid Performance Friday. $5,000 to win.
All the hugs and high fives there and all that stuff. Mike Agnew, $5,000. Richard, you came in and you said, man, I am spent.
I'm beat. You know, Chris puts on a good race here. We're here to support him. You know, it's just been a great day today.
Well, so bad you want to support him, you're going to give him that $5,000 back?
Nah, I don't think so.
Not that much support. Not that much support. Any sponsors you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to definitely give a shout out to Extreme Powder Coat out in Hesperia. We've got LAT Racing Oil, and that's about it for now.
Great job, my friend. Congratulations. I think it's a party in Oak Hills tonight.
Well, it'll be a party here.
Oh, because you're staying to do it again tomorrow. Congratulations, Mike Agnew. Great job.
Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. We're looking for you. I want to remind everybody as we're wrapping up, after the winner's circle photos for Super Pro, Chris will be making his way back over to the trailer, and there are a few shots still open in the Door Car Clash. Come on by. If you'd like to fill one of those spots, come to the trailer after everything else is concluded. And while you're there, bring a little extra cash with you and haul on out a little bit of swag, as the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic has fine wearables. Super Pro semifinal, Super Pro semifinal. This is your call.
Super Pro, need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro, need you to the lanes, please.
Again, we're looking for that Super Pro semifinal. Super Pro semifinal. We need you now. Okay, we have our competitors for Super Pro semifinal here. Now, keep in mind, it's kind of an interesting arrangement, as it's going to be Black Dragster versus Corvette. Then it's going to be Black Dragster versus Corvette. And there's a lot of different scenarios that can work out of here still. They could make it a family affair either way, as Marco could run himself. The Corvettes could run themselves. Or one of each. Hard to say. Could be anything. Big fun. That's what it is going to be. All right, here we go. This is going to get real interesting now. So Marco basically is on a mission here in the semifinals. Marco is going to run, first off, Emma in her Corvette, and then he's going to come back and he's going to need to run Ricky in his Corvette. So Marco's dialed in a 462. He's going to give almost, well, a little over a 1 second head start to Emma, the Palmdale driver. Backing way up. Probably a 250-foot burnout. Now, as the sun starts to go down, the temperatures drop considerably. It's already dropped 7 degrees just since the last time these guys have been down the track. So, of course, they've got this information. They know this kind of stuff. They know these cars inside and out. Ricky and Emma, I'm sure, share an awful lot of information. And Marco has basically been doubling up his information all day. Tree's on its way down. Excellent lights both sides of the track. As they get to the finish line, wind light comes up. Marco Pervalvis gets a 003 stripe at the other end. Started that out with a beautiful 012 light. Runs a 63 with a 3 on a 62. Emma doing a great job off the line. Goes 020 and then runs an 81 with an 8 on the 81. And the stripe down at the other end had to be itsy bitsy teeny weeny, and it was. Marco takes a 3,000 stripe down at the other end. Woo! Marco is in the final in one car. Okay, so Marco is going to speed his way on back and come back to run Ricky. So Ricky gets to hang out for a few minutes and figure out exactly what his plan of attack is. All right, again, Marco, when you get a chance, we need you as quickly as possible to come on back. Get the second half of this semifinal done. Again, one more time, I want to remind everybody that directly after the winner's circle for Super Pro is taking place, there will be a meeting for the people that would like to get involved in the Door Car Clash. There is a few open spaces left. Make sure that you come on by and talk to Chris and lock down your spot if you want to get in. $10,000 to win. Somebody's got to take that money home. Carson Coletti, just for you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Carson. Happy birthday to you. 7 years old. Congratulations, man. Come on back and check in with me about 65 years from now. And then you'll be almost as old as Mike. But happy birthday, big guy. The only way you're going to stop me from singing is let's bring out some race cars. Marco, you might be the only thing between some busted eardrums. So now it's turned into an absolutely gorgeous evening. Gonna just double check this little weather app here to find out exactly. 84 degrees and dropping. All right, here comes Marco coming back. Now he's got another Corvette to take care of, or there's a Corvette that's got to take care of a black dragster. We're about to find out. Here we go. This is the other half of the semifinals in Super Pro. And as I heard a wise man once say, Marco's dialed a 463, same lane he was in before, alongside Ricky. Ricky's 557. All right, here we go. Marco's staging him up. Ricky's lining it up, putting it in. Tree's on its way down. Here it comes. Marco goes red by 1/1000th of a second. Ricky moves on to the final. Guess who he's going to race? Marco again. So just like that old boy out there at Thunder Valley, because this may or may not be the final. Well, it was not the final. And, of course, dead on with a 0. So Marco puts together a losing 1,000 package. So here we go. Now we have our final set. Marco versus Ricky Duchel. And nothing's changed. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Pro Final. Super Pro Final. We need you back to the lanes as soon as possible. Again, listen up. Super Pro Final. Super Pro Final. We need you to the lanes. Listen up. Listen up. We need Super Pro Final. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Pro Final. Super Pro Final. You're needed in the lanes. All right, listen up, listen up. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your call to the lanes. Super Pro, this is your call to the lanes. One pair left to go, and it's the last pair that went. And then don't forget, of course, winner circle photos right afterwards. Okay, here we go, guys. This is going to be it. As we suit up our final round, which happens to be the same as our semifinal last round. All right. I hear motors lighting up here. Now, this is kind of interesting because Marco had the lane choice last time. Ricky's got the lane choice this time. But it looks like they're going to be in the same lanes. Marco had dialed a 63 before. Ricky had dialed a 57 before. Let's see what they've got going on this time. Marco dials down 1. Ricky leaves it the same. .462 the dial in for Marco in the black, sleek, very stealthy, hard to find dragster. It's going to be tricky out there, as the last time that this pair went down the track, it was light outside. Now it's dark outside. The Palmdale racer dialed a 557. Ricky bringing that 1963 Corvette with a split window. So here we are. This is to put the lid on top of the Kid Performance Friday. Somebody stage them up. Everybody taking their time. $10,000. Marco's in. Ricky's in. Tree comes down. Everybody's green this time. Win light goes Marco. Marco in a double breakout. The other end, Marco's 61 with a 6 on a 62, under by 4 thou. 55 with an 8 on a 57, under by 12. And that makes a difference. Ricky gets off the line with the better of the two lights with a 009. Marco 020, obviously 11 thou behind. Look at the stripe down at the other end as he gets there first with an 01 stripe, and it should have been just a little bitty bit less. Sorry, I want to make a sense out of that again one more time. Ricky gets there first by 019, and he needed to get there first by about 011 or less. So that was as tight as it was going to get down there.
Hey, Jay, winner circle pitchers in the staging lanes. Winner circle pitchers in the staging lanes. Winners, come on back. We will get that $10,000 check
That's
from Kid
big
Performance
check
on Silver State Refrigeration Friday.
So just to repeat those numbers one last time, Marco actually was 11 thou behind on the tree as he goes 020. Ricky, a near perfect 009 light. And then down at the other end, man, it got tight down there. Marco closer to the dial-in with that 61 with a 6 on a 62. And a tight little double breakout. It's kind of interesting. Wondering how Marco dialed down a 1 and Ricky didn't. Okay, don't forget, listen up, racers. Right after the winner's circle photos are taken, there's going to be a meeting for anybody who's left that wants to get involved with what's left of the door car shootout. There's a couple spots left, as I've heard, and you're more than welcome. A door car clash, excuse me. Anyway, and Chris right after we finish all the other official business from Kid Performance Friday. Chris will be talking to racers that want to be involved in the Door Card Clash, and that will happen at the West Coast Classics trailer right after all other activities have taken place. So please remember that. Racers in the Door Card Clash, make your way over to the Silver State West Coast Classics trailer and sign yourself up or pay up as the case may be. We're going to make sure we have it all locked down and ready to go for tomorrow. And again, for Kid Performance Friday, that ends it for me. Mike's going to be down doing Winter Circle. Anybody who wants to come down and enjoy the Winter Circle festivities, as I'm sure Marco has probably got quite the crowd of folks that are supporters. And congratulations, Marco, on that Kid Performance $10,000.
On Kid Performance Friday, one of the very best in the biz is standing in the winter circle. Marco Perovalaris, $10,000, and it goes to where it's needed most, right?
I don't know about that. The Duchelles are just a great family. Any of the races could have gone either way, and just so much respect for them. And I'm at a loss for words.
Well, I know a little emotional right now, and I know Mom would be very, very proud of her son right now. And just a great job, and you and your sister just, man, an outstanding job. And we're also very proud of you, my friend. And, of course, the Duchelles, as you said, Ricky and Emma, a great, great job there. But, man, this is all yours, buddy, all yours.
Well, now that I've caught my breath a little bit, I just want to start off and thank some people.
Go ahead.
I'm going to try. My sister, Lella. Dad, Nick, friend Shelby, her family, David Meyer, Peter Biondo, and everybody that helps keep this car together, Mark Johnson at Pinella Race Engines, Hoosier Tires, CRE Racing Transmissions, Fig Speed, and everybody that makes this possible, and Chris Forsyth and the whole West Coast Bracket Races staff for putting on a great event time and time again, and especially Mark Kidd, Shane Thompson, and all the sponsors for everything that they do to make these races possible. There's very limited opportunity to race for good money on the West Coast, and all we can hope for is that the racers keep supporting it, because promoters like Chris and the whole staff, they deserve the support, and hopefully there's a lot more of these events in the future.
Would be great, wouldn't it? But you forgot one guy, the big nasty Kyle Seipel.
Oh, well, I don't know that I'll even be able to talk right now, but excuse me for a minute.
Catch your breath, buddy. It's all yours.
Everything's for my mom and Kyle.
It's okay, buddy. Go celebrate. Congratulations, my friend. Awesome job, bud. Awesome job.